Mic test. 1 2 1 2. One two 1 2. Okay, there we go. Yeah. All right. Let's get Sherlock Holmes Crime and Punishment started here. Do some idle efforts. See how well they pull this off. Interesting. Really would like to see someone do a good detective game. Joe, myself trying to work on a method to how to do that completely. Okay.
Holmes! Holmes, will you stop that? You are utterly mad. Stop, Holmes!
Is that you, Watson?
Yes, of course it is. And you almost killed me.
Nonsense. I was aiming for the vases.
Blindfolded?
Watson, quiet, please. I'm trying to concentrate. Ah, Lestrade. What is it this time?
He can see me. Well, here it is, and it's a good one, Mr. Holmes. A gentleman by the name of Peter Carey, also known as Black Peter, has been murdered.
A sailor, most probably.
What happened here?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how could you?
It's the only exercise I've had all week. A grateful client from Limoges sent me a vase collection this morning. I couldn't think of a better use for it.
You're out of your mind.
I missed 4 out of 10.
Given you were blindfolded, that was very good. Can I have a try?
Am I the only sane one here?
I suppose that Watson is right, Inspector. A little brain work would be preferable now. Do please tell us more about Black Peter.
Peter Carey, born in 1845 and 50 years old. An ambitious sort, he achieved much success in seal and whale hunting around Scandinavia. Retired in 1884 with a small fortune. He invested his money in a property called Woodman's Lee, near Forest Row in Sussex. It was where he lived for 6 years, and where he was found dead yesterday.
Has the investigation already begun?
Yes and no. In fact, this crime is so mysterious that I would prefer you to join me down there.
Give me half an hour to prepare, Inspector.
Take your time and join me there. I have to go through the yard first. The merry men struck again.
What have they done this time?
They robbed a powder reserve. I'll meet you at Woodman's Lee, Mr. Holmes.
I should help Mrs. Hudson here. I also have several appointments that I must keep this afternoon.
I shall go alone, then.
Go ahead. Okay, they have dialogue at least. Because initially my thing is usually in mystery novels, the important information is the information that is said offhand. Or will lead to be important. Or relevant. We definitely have a lot of foreshadowing. They robbed a powder reserve. Yeah. The merry men struck again. Okay. the Merry Men will be a thing, and I'm assuming they may be a overreaching thing or something a little bit.
You go along to Peter Carey's house. Mrs. Hudson and I will take care of the mess you've made here.
A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful.
Ah, this is like detective mode, I guess.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
That inside like this type of a game could be a cop out type of a thing, situation a little bit sometimes.
My archive. I can always consult with it if needed. My archive. I can always consult with it if needed. This is where I keep my post.
Come back through it.
Oh, what a mess! What a terrible mess!
Shot that. Shot that. Should probably say something. Oh.
I cannot leave yet. I am not finished here.
This is the room for Watson. I'm assuming.
My archive. I can always consult with it if needed.
Make up a disguise, which is interesting. I remember hearing that he could do that. Bandit outfit. White suit. Gray suit. Green suit. Brown suit. Black suit. Casual suit. Locked. Unlocked. 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 So what do I want to wear? I don't want to go with into casual right now. It's more. Let's see. Oh. You don't have the coat. There's no reason to wear the hat. I don't understand what the context of the variety. Because I guess potentially it could be some for fun and then the rest for something. And then it's just gonna load from one place to the other place. Can I sit here idly? Like that.
Mr. Holmes, I'm over here. Come on.
Alright, what have I done?
Mr. Holmes?
Okay, tracks. It seems like knocked down. Doesn't seem like there's it looks like I guess it went through there on purpose.
It seems that the garden was well maintained.
It's good to know.
Inspector Lestrade, when will you remove my husband's body? It's sacrilegious to leave him here like this.
As soon as we can, Mrs. Carey, I assure you. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He's a detective, No doubt you've heard of him. I'll wait for you in front of the cabin, Mr. Holmes.
My condolences, Mrs. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
The garden is very large and well maintained. Do you employ someone to look after it?
It is true, there is a lot of work, but my husband took care of it himself.
Madam, can you tell me if you saw or heard anything unusual upon the night of the murder?
At 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a terrible scream. I thought nothing of it then. He would scream all the time when he was drunk.
Do you remember at what time you found your husband's body?
In the morning, at around 7 o'clock, I noticed the cabin door was open, but I didn't go in to take a look, for I knew my husband would not have liked it. At around 10 o'clock, I dared to glance in through the door and... oh dear.
Was your husband accustomed to receiving visitors?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean, he didn't really have many friends. He lived quite an isolated life here, after his retirement.
Can you please tell me what occurred on the evening of the murder?
Well, Peter got drunk in the evening. He was in such a terrible temper. Usually, whenever that happened, he'd stay all night drinking in his cabin before passing out.
Hey. We see nothing. What is this? Birdhouse. Like that, the peripheral view. Crest. Can't really read that from here. So they have a list of things that you have to check off, which is kind of good. Let's just do this. Okay, that's character portrait.
You have indeed suffered a great loss, Mrs. Carey. Nevertheless, I believe it will be less of a burden for you soon.
Yes, life with Peter was never easy, but he was still my husband.
He was different, wasn't he? when you first met him upon your return from Plymouth.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Oh, my goodness, but how do you know about that?
There's a timed thing there. I don't know if I like that. How do I know about him from move? Let's see here, browse evidence. Okay, will hunting. Okay. This is kind of interesting, possibly, that they're doing a trying to get your head into Sherlock Holmes's head. So they give you the answer, and then you gotta figure out how you knew a thing. Well-kept gardener does not make any sense for knowing anything. Pilgrimage, I have no knowledge of pilgrimage. Hmm. Okay, how does he state this question to her? Exactly. He was different when you first met him upon returning from Plymouth. So, is that Plymouth Rock like pilgrim? Or is this Plymouth in uh, England? I know a lot of the names are taken from places in England and just repurposed. Hmm.
You undertook a pilgrimage to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela when you were young. That much is evident from the rosary in your hand. The shortest route for the pilgrim from England to Spain is from Plymouth. I believe that you met Peter Carey as a young sailor there, and you married him soon afterwards.
That is indeed what happened, Mr. Holmes. How extraordinary.
Thank you, madam.
See, that's intriguing, but I want a game where I can draw those lines, put those two dots together. Thing is the issue with that one is that you'd have to have the knowledge of the distance of there to there, and the familiarity of that, like that. What is that? So knew he was a sailor, yes. And it makes sense that should meet him sometime after. The whole connection to Plymouth, though, is odd. I don't know if those other answers are right or wrong, or if it just gives a different reason. Which if he's just giving a different reason, then it's just like, what's the point? Thank you. The other thing, though, is if there's a two sides to this type of a thing. I feel like when I play certain games that is a certain character, I want to play that character. I want to be as cool as that character is. When you're playing a Sherlock Holmes game, there's the desire, that kind of the want to be a badass detective. The only issue is I also want to solve the puzzles and be the detective legitimately, but also there needs to be a little bit of a crutch to make sure that I'm actually still cool and am not being a retard, basically, because you don't want to show that part of it. So it's almost like you want self-questioning, self-guiding, like your own opinion will say, no, that won't work, kind of stuff. But stuff is overdone I think it's a tricky thing to do Sherlock Holmes. I think it'd be more interesting to do a detective that is not there yet, maybe. Someone that's trying to become a detective.
Mr. Holmes?
This helps me to visualize objects of more importance.
It seems that the garden was well maintained.
Huh.
These footprints appear to be quite large.
Footprints would be a good thing. Tracks are good in the game. Maybe like detective work stuff. Thing is, this is the variable of the thing. It's like don't know.
Peter Carey's body is inside the cabin. We took care not to touch anything.
The door is locked.
Wait just a moment, Mr. Holmes, and I'll open it. I locked it yesterday to ensure that no one should enter the cabin and tamper with the evidence.
Ah, good thinking.
Hello, hello, hello.
What is it, Lestrade?
It seems to me that someone has tried to force it, Mr. Holmes.
Let me see. These scratches are fresh. You're right. Someone tried to force open the door.
I swear these scratches were not here yesterday.
Our mysterious visitor came here last night.
Well, he's not the man for the job. This lock is not a difficult one.
Perhaps he did not have the right tool.
In my mind, that would... Oh, hold on. Sneeze. See, that type of a dialogue right there would lead me to believe the tool that he was using was either on his person or was left behind.
Mr. Holmes?
This window is locked from the inside. I do not see any attempt at a break-in.
Didn't bother with the window. Maybe...
What a terrible way to die. The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1878 to 1884. Peter Carey was her captain.
Where's my tool? Is there a... There we go. Okay, wet earth, huh?
Rum, a sailor's drink.
2 glasses. Interesting.
Someone drank from this glass recently. It seems that Captain Carey was enjoying a drink before he met his death.
So this is cool, I like that. So, when you're looking at an object, you can tell that there was something poured into it, and then possibly a mark around the rim. This could also lead to lipstick or something on it, but that's not always a direct connection thing. You'd want to be able to use that though as a thing.
Someone drank from this glass recently.
So 2, you would think maybe shared drink with someone. That doesn't necessarily have to be true though. Same person could still use the same glass, or 2 different glasses. For one reason would be the character was too drunk and lost the other one, then found it again. Within the size of this room though, it seems more unlikely for that to happen.
The initials PC have been crudely burned. A sailor's work.
Crudely, huh?
This aroma is familiar, but to recognize it, I must construct my associations in one picture.
So this is kind of interesting.
This is a coarse tobacco, quite strong and very popular among sailors.
I don't know about that. See here. Let's take the boots.
Peter Carey's boots. They look to be a size 8.
Let's see here how they do this, some of this stuff. This is interesting. Thing is having some things to be selected and other things not is. I don't know about that. Don't know about that. Guess the idea
No navigation instruments, nothing interesting.
seeing that's weird too. Well, no, actually, I take that back. That would be more intriguing if they would dismiss stuff or have a comment on all things. So it didn't seem like he was picking and choosing certain things.
Harpoons for hunting whales.
Shelf and boots. How you doing, Catch?
Harpoons for hunting whales.
Okay, just that.
The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1878
Alright,
to
with that
1884. Peter
So-
Carey was her captain.
It's this shelf. Something was removed there.
The tooth of a sperm whale, probably from one of Peter Carey's catches.
It's kind of intriguing how they're doing this.
This place is not covered with dust, like the rest of the shelf. An object was taken from here. It was larger than a book, a box or a small chest, perhaps.
I wonder if there'd be a way to estimate its height or weight at all with that. If there's more of a design or print left, like that chest that actually wasn't flush on the bottom, like they had rivets or something lifting it up a bit, so it had a little bit of a more of a pattern to it, would give an idea of probably where it was. Height would still be up in the air from there. You'd have to have like a window, like sunbathing the shelf, and then that thing being there for a long time for any other kind of clue I could think of. Bottles.
The Sea
That.
Unicorn. She was the ship that Peter Carey commanded.
Soaked in blood.
The pattern of the blood stain indicates that the notebook was not lying on the floor prior to the crime, but it was dropped into the pool of blood after the death of Peter Carey. JHN are probably the initials of the owner of this notebook.
Most likely. I don't know how it gets. What is it? Drop. How would you? Thing is how the blood is there. It's a bad job with the art on that. Almost feel like it'd be interesting if they did the game not with digital assets, but with actual assets, or if they did use a digital asset, they were scanning real assets.
These abbreviations mean something, but what?
Names. Places. Things. Basically nouns.
This wooden handle is plain and solid. This blood is from the pool underneath the dead body. Peter Carey tried to defend himself with this knife, but he did not succeed.
See, and that blade is weird too, because if it did fall into the blood, why does it have blood on both sides? The only thing that would make sense to me with that is if it bounced, landed in it, and then fell again. The thing is with that, there should be possibly like an impact into the blood and then out. The other issue is the blood coming down the wall linking into it. That'd be like if he just defending himself and then got stuck, he would have had to drop that on the ground prior to the blood coming down the wall and getting on the blade. Yeah, the best way to probably do these games, it seems like, is they need to actually act it out. They need to act out the event, act out the thing. Even if they start with okay, here's the scene, well, let's act out the scene. How it actually happened physically, and then try to make everything make sense to that and try to add weirdness to it a little bit. Make it interesting.
Peter Carey was impaled to the wall by a whaling harpoon.
The thing is that angle is intriguing. I would assume you'd have to be kind of maybe strong, but technically if you ran with all your body force forward, or even tripped and fell forward, you could probably impel someone. But that looks like he's actually stuck to the wall, though.
The weapon fully penetrated the body. The force of the blow was immense.
Yes, like you said. What is this? This is like connecting stuff together. Let's exit out here. Haven't made any deductions yet. Okay. So,
Peter Carey was...
okay, the same thing. Exit out of this. So basically after that, it's letting me... Okay. Run amok here. Seeing... Okay.
Dundee. Hammerfest. It's a whaling map.
From Dundee to Hammerfest. So those two things are important. Thing is, man, it seems like such a, it'd be a difficult thing to do to make this more dynamic. Because you would want to make the room feel lived in like they do, but then there would be the picture and all this other stuff. It would be like, I don't know. Because you want to be able to almost like find out information that was in a tighter circle that had to deal with the actual murder, and then information that was in a larger circle that dealt with just his life. I wonder if you could actually, and then I guess you could do like, that'd be weird. I wonder if you could actually work out a method of organizing a story with that, doing circles and intersecting circles. We have the Vivica Pisces thing happening, where that's where you would draw connections and stuff like that to the actual stuff you wanted to deal with. I may have to sit down and try seeing if that would even work. So that would be probably too confusing too, but let's try messing with the boot real quick.
These
Nope.
boots don't match the footprints.
The stride looks a little odd though too. There's the person is not walking normal. They're like moving slow. Okay, let's do some braininess. Wow. And I write down some of these ideas as a side note for playing with concepts. Okay, okay, circle. We're gonna draw a little circle in the center. And we're gonna draw other circles outside that. The thing is with this is intriguing. But how would you make sense of that? It's directly connected. So it'd be intersecting, not inside. Inside wouldn't mean nothing. What are these called? Murder. It's a general terminology. Crime. The mystery. That's what it is. Detective. Game. Set that down for flashcard. Ines. Pinned to the wall. Notebook. No gardener. Let's see here. Several unsuccessful attempts were made to break in, according to the scratches. He didn't try very hard. He tried even going through the window. Beyond that, so either he gave up or didn't think he had enough time to do anymore. And to come back would mean most likely the murderer or someone else came by. Because the thing is what's interesting that I feel is that the door was open, which I'm assuming is irregular, and the wife did not go check until later. So in between that time and that time, when the door was first opened, he could have been dead, and then afterwards, he could have actually had someone else enter the area and take the thing off the shelf. So it could be a separate robbing and murder. Let's see here. The only issue with that is there's not a sign of two prints or anything like that. But the first person that killed the person could have been intelligent and not walked on the stone and all that stuff. Like a butterfly, that's interesting. It doesn't sound feasible. Yeah, that's kind of crazy that he was able to take care of the garden as well as he did. Notebook. Oh, okay, that does help. So let's go to pin that. So what is this? Are you trying to connect two things together? I guess the other person that stole from him could have been the gardener. Like he hired someone and he didn't let her know. And he'd work at night or something weird like that. So they wanted me to connect this with that. Break-in attempt and wall pin. No gardener. This is weird. So doing that, like, crosses it off. So those two can't be together. So basically this is how this is set up, is you can just try to misfire until you get it, but that's no bueno. It's gotta be something like helping you link stuff together. I feel better with this because there's no, maybe with the dialogue. Let's go talk to the lady first some more, because I like what it said in that statement. It said that she may be hiding something. So, not trying to connect it together, but using that to maybe come back over here and say hi again. So yeah, was Peter a smoker? And then you use the evidence to gain more information. Okay.
Is this your husband's tobacco pouch?
I'm not sure. It might be, but he hadn't smoked in a very long time.
Okay. Peter.
Your husband's private papers. Do you know where they are?
There was a small tin box, barely larger than a book. He kept his papers there. It should be somewhere in his cabin.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. It's definitely set up to be very vague. Or it could go either way with that being his or not. Those aren't his initials. I take that back. PC is the initials on the thing. Well, one of two things. He either only did it when he was drunk, which there was what is it? Any type of a descriptive commentary on the tobacco. But say that it's a selling brand. likelihood that someone else having PC initials are kinda up there. Plausible. Hmm. Hmm. No non-smoking, but still having a thing with his initials on it. Odd. Pinned to a wall. Just means someone had to be strong. Most likely a sailor himself, whalesman, I would assume. Or on that line. Only thing that gets away with some of this stuff is where you play out like adrenaline stuff and whatnot. Makes situations a little bit weird. Because I know like most mystery stuff would use that to say that it would have to be a man that did the killing, which is ridiculous. But definitely would most likely mean youth. Not someone that's really old doing it. But yet again, that's still because it could come down to fitness. Yeah, some of this stuff is really tricky. To do a lot of this stuff, it seems you have to be really, black and white with things, which is too binary. Gross. Hmm. Now, can I see any connections from any of this dialogue? Because that's what they need to do with this part of this game. Let's talk to the Stride real quick. See if there's anything else. Other information.
Have you finished inspecting the crime scene?
after the murder. That's important. So that's one of the things here before. After. Those are would be important things to actually have to deal with making something possibly connect or not. Not stored in a book. Okay, I don't know if the pouch actually had tobacco in it. Did it? And she's talking about pouch and it smelled like a certain type of a thing. That could be residue. Small chest. Looks weird though. Let me mess with it again. Little odd. Okay. Let's attempt to make sense of what they're trying to do in here. See if it's intriguing or not. So I'm wondering if you're just trying to group things together. Like two things, and then it lets you do two more, and then two more. One, two, one, two, one, two. Yeah. First of all, what is it? Do we have the door? Break-in attempt. What is it? There's something pinned. Because what's going to be, in my mind, active right now is break-in attempt. This. Okay. And the box. Box missing? No, not necessarily. Okay, why would you break in after he's been murdered? To retrieve something. Either to retrieve the this, or I want the other notebook to be involved in this more so than this stuff. It would make more sense that the PC thing is something that is his. So it belongs in there. Maybe pulled it out to give stuff for someone else to smoke that had a drink with him. Thing is I didn't come across any cigarette stuff, papers, or anything. Which, if I was going to smoke, probably not in here. Probably be out here. It doesn't look like they're doing anything like having a what's that? Is that just a twig? think it's just a twig, but that could be like a butt of a cigarette. Thing is there's no visible ash thing either. I guess you could have thrown it into here. It'd be weird to do though. Probably made the place smell weird. Okay. Let's go back into here again and try to think this through. Oh, okay, notebook. There it is. Yeah. So I want break and attempt. Come on. Still don't understand how that works. Just browsing other ones. Okay. Clues. What's that? Okay. One break-in attempt with the notebook. Be repeated. Yes. To retrieve the lost property. So everything else in there seems like it could be from the cabin. That is the one thing that is out of place. So within that, they probably did not steal the box. The murderer probably stole the box. And I would assume the smoking or the drinking was connected to either people. If there was 3 glasses, I would even say that it's both, but the having the
Someone was here yesterday. They attempted to force the door to gain entry.
that's an ambush thing. Can we triangle? Are we able to do more of those? Let's say pinned to the wall and missing box are kind of connected together in my mind a little bit, possibly. But I don't know if they're. Just mark it off, cross it out. See, I don't know about that. I don't know if I like that mechanic. It's a quick and easy way to do it, but it's why? Why is that wrong? Explain. Because that's the problem with this is they forcing an idea. It's like if I could come up with a theoretical reason for those two to be connected, then, because in my mind, if I'm connecting the murder to the box, then there's that. But I guess it'd actually make more sense to connect maybe the boots, the big boots, to, especially if there's a deep impression with the boots. He hasn't said anything like that. So it'd mean the person was heavier set or more stockier built, which would mean someone that could actually pin him to a wall. So clues that would connect strength. This is deselect, yes. I don't know if there's multiple ones on here or not that you can actually do. Mixing box, no gardener. Doesn't make any sense to connect anything. I guess they could just have the game have loose ends. This stuff would be basically circles that weren't intersecting, because that did not matter, but were still part of the story, and may actually be important not to the murder, but important to something that is connected to the murder. Yeah. Break-in attempt. See, they're still doing the break-in attempt, and all. Is it all of them? There's one of them missing. Notebook is missing. Let's see. Is one of these pinned? Okay. So that's being pinned. If I click that, and that I accidentally already clicked on. What is this? Yeah, because the box. No, I actually purposely did that one because I feel like it seems more plausible that the person that stole the box is the murderer, than less so than the other thing. Because the only reason why you'd wanna, I guess you could want to come back to the scene of the crime to get evidence that would connect you to the crime, but I feel like you would wanna make sure that you took care of that stuff sooner, unless it was a crime of passion, which that person being pinned to the wall seems like there was a lot of rage involved. Missing box, breaking and tab, no, would be. Yeah. And these things just get knocked off, boom, 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 boom. See, the thing is I assume if I just click on all these, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna just do this. I'm curious, because I don't think any of these will work. So the box has nothing to do with anything. It's how they're playing this out. And the gardener, I would assume, has nothing to do with anything too. Because that would be interesting if you could do that too. If you could say that, do this type of a thing where you're, instead of clicking on it like you're trying to connect to it, to change this to a minus. Instead of a plus. Because here, I'm going to just do this to all of these too. Yeah. So I guess you're supposed to just select one thing out of those things and then do an ambush. And that one was a little bit weird. What was it? Scratch marks and the thing. Yeah, I don't know. Those are too vague. Thing you can jump to the conclusion that yeah, the person needs that thing in there, but that's the odd man out thing. Could have also wanted the knife. Could have also wanted I guess those two makes the most sense to be together. It's a little bit weird though. I would like those other things to become not just these floaty things. I feel like it should create a through thought. Like you want to, yes, focus on the mystery itself, but you want to actually have the extra information reveal who the character is. So then you can just have more information that can maybe at some point echo back through other things that may support some other information to make it seem more, have more validation. Like, what would be a good example? Like, if I had the circle would be, so a red circle would be the mystery. I have a circle going through that mystery. Let me draw this circle going through the mystery. Okay, I have that. Yeah. Okay, that one. Then you would have like a circle going through just the other one. So what would that mean? It's a secondary thing. And even something even further removed. You could have a further chain of those circles out. So it'd be like someone mentioning something that you already know. So that gives them credibility because you actually have clues that support their statement. So if they're saying things that are true, that are external about the character, then that information would increase your belief if they're telling the truth or lying in a certain situation a little bit. You could actually, or tell that fact that someone would be lying or telling the truth. Yeah. That would probably work. I could see that functioning kind of okay.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you think?
I think that we are lucky.
And why is that?
Because of last night's attempted break-in.
Oof, you've lost me.
It is very probable that whoever came here hoped to find the door open. They tried to force it with a knife blade, but they failed. What will they do? Why, return tonight, when they will be better prepared.
Aha! So what do you propose?
We shall remain on the outside, near the window, where we stand the best chance of catching sight of our visitor. Well, gentlemen, ready your pistols. We have a long night ahead of us.
Okay, so can I talk to the lady again? Or do we just... Do I go inside my thing too?
Who could do such a thing? My poor husband.
The butler did it. I would say it's a fisherman, but then also I could see that it's could be connected to the no gardener, because I don't understand how he was able to do all this by himself. Yeah, I had to
Mr. Holmes?
hire
We
some
need to
help.
find a good place for an ambush. Perhaps behind Carey's cabin, near the window.
So is it going to just let us do it? Okay. Oh,
This looks like the perfect hiding place.
this looks like the perfect hiding place. And now I can walk back behind there. They're like blocking me my movement off, which I think is kind of crummy. They should keep the that area open, and if they need to, make the area smaller. I feel like it'd be easier to do a more in-depth and interesting mystery game if you just made the environments more detailed with more interactivity, with smaller space in a smaller space. Do like how much of a outsourced
Shh.
gaming
Did you
this
hear
has
that?
to it.
There's someone there. I'm gonna collar him.
I'll be right behind you.
Police! Hold it right there.
Because a lot of the gameplay in this is
Mr. Holmes, come and see what we've caught in up.
external.
All right, my fine fellow. Who are you and what are you doing here?
Which
You're
is
detectives, I suppose. You imagine that I'm connected with the death of Captain Carey. I assure you I'm innocent.
Innocence? And what are you doing in his cabin?
you're holding
Shall
that
I
gun
tell
wrong.
you? You came to retrieve what you had lost after killing Peter Carey, but we were here waiting for you.
What is your name?
John Hopley Nelligan, but I didn't.
Do you deny that you came here yesterday?
No, but yes, it's just that I couldn't.
I'm tired of this. Off we go to the yard. Tomorrow, I'll see that you're put in front of the judge.
What? But you can't. I'm not. It's a terrible mistake.
Enough. You can
Think-
explain all of that to the judge.
I would
You're
assume
coming with me to the yard.
he's the gardener.
But
In light of recent events, it seems evident that your coming here was unnecessary. All the same, I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Holmes.
You are welcome, Inspector, but please don't be too hard on our young fellow. I would like to question him tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I would say that he said his name matched those initials, I believe. John Henry something, I think. That's what he said, right? Where is he at? Is he in this? No. Milligan? Which is John again? Did he say his full name? Hopley. So he did drop it in there when he first went in, but in that case he could, if the door was open, technically he could have dropped it and took the box with him. Possibly due to the fact that he is the gardener that what is his name? PC owed him money, and he was basically, he grabbed something thinking that it would possibly have some money in it, which is interesting. If that's true, then we could possibly find that as his residence or somewhere. He divulges it, and then the information inside that may lead to clearing his name, or possibly kind of incriminating him. I don't think it is. That doesn't make any sense for it to be him. Let's do some wondering here first.
Mr. Holmes?
Oh, those guys do the same thing. Oh. Try to let me actually in that. Whoa.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Can I help you?
Good morning, Constable. I would like to speak to the fellow who was arrested at Woodman's Lee last night.
Ah, the young man. He's waiting in the interrogation room. You can go straight through. His belongings are held in the evidence room.
Thank you.
That's cool too. I do like that. Good job on that. And then also that's
Mr. Holmes?
figure out a way to block stairways. Just put a guard in the way. Okay. So from here. So that's his stuff.
These are the suspect's belongings.
Okay, the pocket knife we was talking about.
Pocket knife. It was used to force the door of Peter Carey's cabin.
That was used to force it? What was he using prior to that? Because he said that he was using a penknife. And I guess that one, that's a better knife to force it? I guess stronger?
A handkerchief with the initials JHM.
Okay, so that connects that to that. Especially if the seal was similar, but doing leather work versus embroidery, you couldn't really expect to be the exact same. The ring also having JHS if he's married would be something. There. $1883. What year is it currently? I don't know if they established that at all. What the year is now. This is a partner thing. I would assume this is stolen? Stolen or given as payment. One ring to rule them all.
The notebook that we found on Peter Carey's cabin floor. These abbreviations mean something, but what? A handkerchief.
Okay. Let's see if I'm curious if looking at those things. Oh, okay. What is this? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. So I can ask a question, I'm assuming, because of that. Okay. It looks like morgue. Morgue. Ha ha ha.
Locked.
Oh wow. Aw. I assume later this will become something intriguing to add clues and stuff. Be cool if they actually had the body here already, where I could actually inspect it a little bit more. Look at his hands, his underneath his fingernails, to see if he like fought with person. His knuckles, see if he like actually had a chance to hit the assailant. If there's any bruising or bleeding. Contents that were in his stomach. I don't know if they back then would have that kind of system though. Lacerations around the neck and face, or wrists and arms and legs are kind of interesting things to look at too. I think what would be interesting is certain things would be there'd be a guy down here, he would tell me what he found. And then I would look at the areas that he was talking about that he found. Dynamically, it'd be cool if there was one area that they missed, and then one area that you would just focus on and actually expand upon it. So let's see here. I'm gonna write down this morgue. Morgue. This is a nice, interesting morgue, and yeah, I'll just have to come back and listen to my ranting to probably as notes a little bit more for some of this stuff. See in here? Yes, okay. There's the cell. The Joker. Does he have red hair? Looking like the kid from, what is it called? Gotham. A little bit. Except with, I think he has scruff on his face. Yeah, it's a mustache that makes him not, and his hair is not red. Let's start out with a notebook.
Does this notebook belong to you?
Yes. But where did you find it? I did not know... I thought I'd lost it at the hotel.
What do these abbreviations mean?
Oh, no. I beg you, I can't. If I told you, it would only make things worse.
But I will find out eventually, Mr. Nelligan.
Let's come in here real quick. Shabby hat. Okay, so how do I do this? This is forward. Patch. This is kind of cool. I feel like I'd want it to be a little bit more. You know, it's nice that it's like at the angle that he's looking. Elaborate buttons makes the jacket worth more. Another thing that is used for payment if he is the gardener. Oh, see, his hands are bruised. Fighting or working somewhere. Possibly as Calates. Okay. So he may be doing all the gardening. And that's something else that I'd like to see, is look at the hands of the guy that died, PC, and see if his hands look like they were gardening hands, or if they more had a sailor's hands to them. And I think he's the captain, so I don't even know if he would even be doing labor, if I'm correct with my story. Short. Yeah, the jacket doesn't fit. It's not for him. Scars. scars. Where? Like scars there? On the outside of the hands? Scars is interesting. I can't tell if that's supposed to be scars or not. Where are these scars at? On his thumb? Have a button. Short sleeves. Bring back up. And it's been hemmed, patched. So it's a nicer jacket, but he, maybe it's a gift from, I don't know, the smallness of it is weird. From a smaller person, obviously, but payment or given away as keepsake, because he's patched it so he cares about it. But the thing is his weathered hat, he's poor too, so he's going to hem it up and have something. Expensive fabric, okay, yeah. Goes with the buttons. So the buttons and fabric are one and the same. They're not okay, throat. Why the throat? Then neck.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Please let me go. I'm innocent.
I wanted to read this before I did anything else. Okay, okay, thin neck is where he's doing the age. 19 years old. He was raised wealthy. Okay, that's the jacket. But he was younger when he was raised wealthy, and he's grown out of it. I don't know where he gets 10 years. Maybe the length of the arms. Cleaning fish, okay. So that's what the scarring and calluses are from. Okay. Let's talk to him again.
The sea knife was found near Carey's body. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, did Mr. Carey try to defend himself or to attack you with it?
I don't know. I didn't kill anyone.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Okay, what am I connecting together now? Oh, wow. So they're connecting all clues. Right? No. We're still doing missing box. Yeah, they kept pen to wall. Peter. Quickly and instantly. Thing is I'm wondering if it was a friend or not. That fell afterwards. So, no book. That right there says that he would have had to have dropped it after he killed him. Or he entered after the whole thing happened altogether. The big thing that makes it that he's not connected to it is the fact that the door was open prior, and then the wife got the gumption to go check out the area again. My question would be is did the door change? Was it more or less open? Was it wide open? So it didn't matter. How I would actually explain this a little bit more is the notebook. If the notebook fell into blood that is basically fresh, then it would have it would soak more. It would actually leak into the notebook more, saturate it more. It's like a sponge would absorb it and whatnot. But if it was older blood, it would have been coagulated and thus not. It would just land in it and not be absorbed. Or at least that would make sense. I don't know how much of a difference that would be, especially if that cover of that thing is leather. The only real way you would be able to have a good example of that is to take blood samples and then take a piece of paper and lay it on the corner of the blood and at different time periods and see the effect of progression and look how it appears. Well, no, swift action and pinned to the wall go together. I would say. I don't know how to context to any of this though. Where's pinned to the wall?
I need to stage a reconstruction. I'm sure that Watson would be happy to oblige.
I'm gonna stab a pig.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
See, the thing is, I'd like to know if there's just one thing that comes up or multiples. I guess I could say break-in attempt and mixing box could be potentially connected. Thing is that through thought, but no, that's not direct enough. You would want it had to been taken beforehand, so it would have to be a different link. It would have to be the chain. So maybe that's what it would be. Maybe they are doing chain stuff like I would want. So you'd have missing box. What's this lesson's notebook? So the missing notebook. Obviously these things. No, missing number. Confusing my words. Missing box. Let's see here. The missing box. How would I do that? What would that be connected to? I have a missing box. I don't know. Finding it. Having someone tell me. He gave information for it. He's saying that the information in the notebook would get him more in trouble, it sounds like.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
There's something weird happening now. This
These are the suspect's belongings.
ring.
These abbreviations.
Think. Looks like his father, okay. Nothing about the ring? Why isn't there no connectivity to the ring? The ring seems important. I didn't look on his hand if there was like shadow from sun to him actually wearing the ring himself, or if it was just in his pocket. If it was in his pocket, he might have been planning on selling it. If it was on his finger, then keepsake. Either father's or mother's. Makes more sense with father because it's his partner on it. Just keeping with the times.
These are the suspect's belongings.
I want to go into the highlight mode so it actually highlights those letters, that statement. Adds that to the notes. I didn't see RD. I don't think. Let's see RD. Did I see RD? Let's take a look. I think on the second page I did see an R. not RD. It's RANO. Thing is what's interesting is seeing the his initials makes it seem like that these are initials as well. But the thing is some of these initials are 4, which is odd. Only reason why you would actually probably have 4 is if it was a lady and she has her her name, her old family name, and her maiden name, and her married name. I'm really surprised they don't have any context to that ring. I mean, weird. Weird. The thing I find weird is that there's no asking him what happened. Like the some of the questions he was asking the lady. Asked him why he was there in the first place. You know, they could still say that he can't say it'll get me in trouble or whatever. That's fine.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
This is useful for my work. Now change my clothes. Going with a Riddler look.
A spot of whaling, Watson? Would you care to take part?
Are you serious?
No, but we do need to clarify what happened on the night of Black Peter's murder.
A reenactment, then? Is something bothering you?
The sailor's knife, Watson. Why was it on the floor?
Peter Carey attempted to defend himself?
It is possible. But if that is the case, then it alters many things.
I don't quite follow you.
Tell me, my friend, what is the animal closest to man, morphologically, I mean?
Ah, I see what you're getting at, Holmes. You asked me that once before. On the Ripper case, I believe. Do you want to slit some more pigs' throats?
No.
Thank goodness for that.
I wish to impale one with a harpoon.
Wonderful.
Watson, let us pay a visit to our butcher friend in Whitechapel. We require the carcass of a well-fed pig.
And the harpoon?
One of the harpoons on the wall of Black Peter's cabin should do quite nicely.
What if we actually have to go there to get it? She wearing different clothes?
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
Hmm. Hmm. Let's see here. Do you like how you can like move between the areas? Be interesting if
That should do it. Now I am ready for the experiment.
because the other thing would be is like harpoon gun, which is ridiculous kind of a thought to actually have in that room, but would be cool if there was one.
Who could do such a thing? My poor husband.
The other thing that I find interesting, depending on how it happened, it doesn't look like this until I went down, but I wonder if someone could stab him and then remove it, then stab in the wall so there was a hole, and then try to prop the person up into it. It seems like that would be an almost impossible slash kind of retarded a little bit. The only way that would work is if you were to nail the the harpoon in the wall afterwards, which would mean like you'd have to have a bunch of people to do that. Right? It would be a task and a half. Okay. I'm gonna pause real quick here. Can I pause? No. I just said it said idle then. I wanted to see if oh, interesting. Kind of surprising. Continue.
Well, here we are in the preparation room. I can't say that I like the smell of it much. What do you intend to do?
To indulge myself in a little experiment. The challenge of lancing a pig's carcass with a heavy harpoon.
A little experiment.
Stand aside, Watson. This might be dangerous. I am not well practiced in this exercise. Yet.
Holmes, you should aim for the mark in order to perform the most reliable test.
Oh, wow, really? That's hold for breathing.
Holmes, you should try to aim better and throw as hard as you can. The harpoon has struck the body, but with insufficient strength to pierce it straight through.
Ah, it increases the window, huh? So it gets better.
Holmes, you should try to aim better and throw as hard as you can.
Hard as you cut. Hard. Oh, I went through. I was in the right spot. Whoa. So that's...
This is the best possible result that I could get. Do you see, Watson? Throwing a harpoon and pinning a man to a wall requires either exceptional strength and training or diabolical luck.
If it was luck, then it was a chance in 1,000 that night.
Well, yes. Let us leave now.
Thing is it
All
doesn't
right.
look
But
thrown.
before we go, I suppose I'll have to pay for all these carcasses you've happily mangled.
Very well, but please hurry.
Of course.
Because the angle, see that? That's at a downward angle into the body. The at the murder scene, it was at an upward angle, like he was ran into the wall. At least that's what I remember. Now where to? I guess back to Baker Street? Nothing else I could think of is... I asked the wife if she has visitors, if he has visitors, but the next thing is to connect stuff to other stuff. Ooh. Hello, favorite. How you doing, Silver?
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Same outfit. I wonder if that scene changes at all.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
It is useful. Just woke up to do homework. You have so much. That sucks. You're behind on it? Oh.
This is where I keep my post.
Good gracious, you caught someone. At least now you have a suspect.
Let's go back there, see if the lady says anything to me. And after that, go to Scotland Yard. How much do you have to do? I am good. I'm playing detective. And, being, what is it? I'm using this to brainstorm, game concepts. So, 'cause I really want to figure out a good way to do a good detective game. Been trying to do it for a minute. Doing it on here and because of other video games. I think what started it was the Metal Gear Solid VR missions. But
Who could do
no,
such a thing?
no, pointless. 3 essays and 3 worksheets. Ugh. I don't like essays. That's just because it takes me forever to externalize thought into writing. Yeah, I've kind of heard that. I think at some point I may pick up a copy of that. I'd be intrigued to understand more on how they did all their gameplay. Because I know it's heavily based on trying to read people's faces. The worksheets, I found the answer key online. Essays are you kind of seriously you found the answer key? Because I think that's actually a better way to do it. You'd probably learn more if you actually just associated the okay, here's a question and here's the right answer instead of confusing yourself with, oh wow, there's some weird pop in this carriage. That's showing through on the stream too. Yeah, it is. It's weird. But the essays are tricky because that's where they get you. I know some people will steal other people's information from online and then just use a thesaurus to switch stuff out and then reorder stuff though too. But technically, if it's not a personal informational kind of a essay, then that's kind of common.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
That's plagiarism. Yes, yes. That's what people get cited for. Thing is you can do that stuff as long as you have a bibliography for it. It's like this is where my references are from. Thing is it's not objective if you're taking it from somewhere else. So I think I actually need to be doing this. This is the reason why I'm not going anywhere. Possibly. Where's this? Academic dishonesty. Get your rank taken away. In big fucking trouble. Yeah, no bueno with that. What are the essays about? Go talk to the kid again while I'm just here. Lab safety rules. Have you read the paper yet? No.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing.
You broke into that place. At least that you have done. Okay. I will be right back. Okay. What is it? It sounds like shit falling. That wagon. Everyone. Oh dear. I'm stealing girls now. I'll have to pay attention to the wagon sound. Okay. So did
Good gracious, you caught someone. At least now you have a suspect.
we supposed to link more stuff together? What would that be? Not Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft. Would be clever. Automobile. I don't even know what word. Because you can't use. It has to be something centered around girlfriend or Grand Theft Silver 6. It's called Silver, huh? What would that be? There's got to be a creative word for that. Yeah, I am quite confused to what they want me to do now. Am I supposed to put on a fisherman's outfit and go somewhere? Yes. Copy and paste. And copy and paste. Make sure you use a thesaurus. And completely make the sentences illegible to be the same thing. Let's see here. I'm setting on a thing really high. Where do I go? I am confused. The only thing else I could think of is I have to connect more of these? It didn't really sound like stuff was falling off of it. Well, good luck with the essay, Enos, because that's eh. No bueno.
Who could do that?
You did it. Where am I supposed to go? I'm so confused. Okay, hold on. Let's go back in there. You. Okay. Okay. select one and it does something. You're welcome. What the crap am I supposed to do? Did it glitch or something? It's saying like I didn't even do the thing, it seems like. Let me try going back to here and asking stuff after I've selected that. That seems like a weird mechanic to have in the game.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing.
Lucky throw would only be the connectivity to connecting to him.
What am I doing here?
Am I missing some other thing to this? It would make more sense to have strength. Can I access the other ones? Was everyone? Everybody did it. Y'all took turns.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Locked.
I mean, this is the Strads. Yeah. Assuming, I guess there's something at the house that I'm supposed to be dealing with. Anything else I can think of is that it's glitched out on me.
My archive. My archive. My archive. I can always...
Shut the hell up.
My analysis.
My analysis.
Braved.
Braved.
Good gracious, you caught someone. At least now you have a suspect.
Suspect that does me no good. Very confused. What could it be? Think. Something involved in here. This is my progress right here. These are completed. Okay, I did that. And it's not showing up that I checked the stuff and interrogated him and whatnot. Maybe I need to do that again. I'm confused.
These are the suspect's belongings. A pocket knife. It was used to force the door of Peter Carey's cabin. A handkerchief with the initials JHN. These abbreviations mean something, but what? November, December, something like that, I think. It's a ways out. Next game I'll be playing the hell out of is Metal Gear, though. That comes out on September 1st. These abbreviations.
Okay, I did a saving swirl. Did it add any of those items? It doesn't look like it checked it off. Again, either.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
Okay, when I have that selected, it shows what, like, a possible connectivity. I have no idea what's going on. Uh, Does that do anything? I had another one of those. Yeah, I was springing the trap. Is that what that is? Two men, huh? What a lucky throw. More likely two men. Is rushed bound is the upward angle.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
Locked.
La.
These are the suspect's belongings.
Don't know what's going on. Sorry, I'm typing so much. You're fine. You're working on stuff. No need to worry. It's not giving me any other places to go.
This is where I keep my post.
Could see this being a issue.
Good gracious, you caught someone. At least...
The only thing else I can think of is this stuff. See if there's any other costumes I can wear that may unlock something. That's locked. I'm thoroughly stuck. I don't know
My
if...
archive. I can always consult with it if needed.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, there is a run button. Switch characters. I guess I need to go maybe walk around places and look at the imagination and Sherlock talent maybe more. See anything in here? Hmm. I may have to go look up a video and see if this is potentially like broken. That or just use the hint feature, I guess.
These are the suspect's belongings.
Always you. Breaking everything. See her.
A pocket. Up, 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 up.
What does it say? Draw a clear picture. Heck. Oh, my word. Nothing here. Here. None of these clues connect to anything else. Oh my god, I have 99 followers. You have 99 followers? Thought you meant that. You're not stopping. 100 hype. 100 followers hype. Bitch ass whore. Bitchy ISC whore. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
These are the suspect's belongings.
Did I break it somehow? Let me see here. Aha. I looked at this already. Almost fucking there. Annoying. I don't know what to do. I'd assume they would give me another place to go to. Or technically they should have chucked this stuff off. I examined the belongings. I interrogated him once at least. When in doubt, kill them all. I don't have the ability to kill them.
These are the suspect's belongings.
I feel like this ring should pop something up. Okay. Aha! There we go.
R. Dawson. To my friend and partner, 1883. Dawson. I've seen this name before. Perhaps my archive holds the answer.
Yay! Woohoo! Okay, that's good to know how that mechanic works. Kinda wish they... Now they kinda did already. That's being an idiot.
The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
Is this a time thing? I want to go back and look at the thing. Okay, I'm gonna risk.
Never mind.
Risk exiting. Oh, good.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
I think it's I'm stuttering. It's his father's ring. I'm going to gain a little bit more information here, though, to enhance my evidence. Holy cool. Blood
That is
test.
not the one I need.
Oh, whatever. I wanted to see it. Okay, so they got blood test, progression techniques, toxic metal in hair. There we go. One more, okay. Huh. So, he was on a thing to Norway. I wonder if specifically it's
Here
this
it
thing.
is. Now I begin to understand that young man's story, but I am still unclear as to what connects him with the murder. It is time to ask him.
What connects him? The boat. The boat his father went on is the same as his father's boat, I would assume. The, or his, no, what is yacht? Okay, no, maybe not. Um, Connectivity could be through that, though.
A map of London and the
Yawn. You put your paper through only 71% of the paper is unique. Oh no. Is that enough? Definition of words was plagiarized. Well, the thing is, there is a um a, a what do you call it? You're gonna have it at 90%. Cool. Because the thing is what is it? Memes, like the real word, or the real definition of the word meme, is a concept related to genes, but it's based off of a societal or society's genetic information. So, which is music, movies, kind of just the inner workings of what influences us as a culture, and us repeating the same definitions or sayings and stuff types like that, it spreads along. That's why you kind of have like a the whole thing with the meme thing where it's a saying or a phrase and they put on a picture about it and do something that's common.
I have heard the story of Dawson and Nelligan, the West Country bankers.
Yes. Joshua Nelligan was my father.
I am aware that it had a bad ending. When the bank failed, it ruined half the families of Cornwall, whereupon Joshua Nelligan disappeared.
My father was under extraordinary pressure. Dawson had retired. I was only 10 years of age at the time, but it was still old enough to feel the shame that befell our family. My father was convinced that he could pay off all his debts if the creditors gave him time. He set sail for Hammerfest in Norway in his small yacht, just a few days before an arrest warrant was issued. He left my mother a list of the securities he was taking. No word was ever heard from him again. We believe that his vessel went down, taking with it everyone and everything on board.
Thank you for the story, Mr. Nelligan. At last, we are making some progress. The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
The ring's date of engraving is many years ago. You would have been a child then, hardly in any position to receive such an item from a partner. So, Mr. Nelligan, who is the true owner of the ring?
The ring is mine.
No, Mr. Nelligan. I believe that the ring had belonged to your father.
Oh, but how do you know?
The jacket you are wearing is made of an expensive fabric that only a man of exceptional wealth could afford. You do not seem to me to be a rich man, Mr. Nelligan. Furthermore, the garment is ill-fitting. It is quite clear that it belonged to someone else, most probably your father. With your father gone and taking with him the family's wealth, as a little boy you had to find yourself a manual job, and it was most probably cleaning fish. You cut your hands often while working. I can tell from the scars.
I'm speechless, Mr. Holmes. It all happened exactly as you say.
Interesting. Joshua Nelligan and Peter Carey were
I'm
both
a
at
father.
sea in Norway. There is definitely some connection between Peter Carey and Joshua Nelligan's disappearance.
Bruh. Cut the wire. It'll fall on his head.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
You're his father. I'm a father. I'm a father. I think I like I'm a father better. Aha, father. Writing it down. Writing it down. Ha, father. Been triggered. Well, I learned something cool the other day. I think it's Sweden, I believe is what it was. They have, what, 2 words. It's, see if I can remember it correctly. I think it's Han and Han and Han and Han, maybe? I think it's Han and Han. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And Han is the male, and then I think Han is the female, maybe? Let me actually Google that. Ah. Let's see here. Yes, it's Han and Han. So Han is he and Han is she. Okay, that's what I originally thought. I think something else is confusing me. But basically what they've done is they've actually created a third type called hen, which is basically other. It's in between, a division of both of them. Gender neutral. So Swedes have hen. Which is cool. Because eventually maybe other places will do the same thing. English language is a little bit tricky though with that though. Trying to deal with that. Because the issue that we have right now is our information of understanding is based around man being man, male. When it would make more sense if you have a prefix for a woman, you should also have a prefix for a man or a male. So man should be the like all men are created equal or that kind of a type of a thing, where it's the body of it is equal, is genderless and or non-gender specific, and the adding woe or the womb part to woman, and then the best thing that I've come up with is mo. I think, yeah, momen. Even though it sounds really close to Mormon or Moman, but mo, I think there could be some connectivity to make that make sense. Main thing is just inverting the W. But I've ranted about this kind of a little bit before. The inversion of that. The best thing that we could do is probably create a different word altogether. Because I don't know if we could actually weed out the understanding that or change the word man or men into human, like to have that context to it, to rewrite the definition and what that entails or means. Yeah, it's easier to create a new word, yeah. The thing is what we need to do with the thing, it needs to be not just a new word, it needs to deal with the same issue. Like, we need to create a root of a word that is neutral, that we can actually add the rest to it. The other idea that I had was if we kept... How would you do it? Woman, man... No, human. We would use human. Human would be the kind of the standpoint, the root. We would start using human or something along that line, and then add a prefix to that. So like a wo human or a mo human. So we actually use something that already exists. Thing is human and it's just weird, I feel to say. It would make a little bit more sense to just create another one, but it would be tricky with how we have our spelling. It would be difficult with our stuff, because right now it's the possession of the word is masculine, which is, or the root of the word is masculine, or at least the context of it is. It shouldn't be. Because, like, when they say all men are created equal, that should be like that. It should be referring to all mankind. And I think that's originally kind of how it is. It's been twisted into a masculine thing. I wonder if there was ever a prefix for man, for the male man. There was that even existed, and the thing is, it even happens in female too, where the word male with the prefix, which is just silly. I wish you were my teacher at school. Why? Why teacher at school? Where am I going? Well. I would be a horrible teacher at school. School would not like me. Private school, maybe.
"1883. That's the one I need. This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn.
Ooh. Could this be the reason why there's 4? Right. It's got a piece of paper. PCM CAFM just wanting to write down the initials. HJ JL unless Helmsman second mate Okay. This is interesting. It actually tells me harpooners. My biology teacher at school is not a real teacher. It's a fucking joke. She lied on her resume. Life events or some type of an elective, not a subject. Ah, okay. That would make a lot more sense. That would probably where I would have to be at with the stuff, because my thinking is has too much philosophy in it for school. School nowadays is more about programming a child to be a computer, to just regurgitate answers. Oh, there's a PC. Two PCs. Oh, they're milking that PC confusion. Good job, guys. They're not making that easy at all. Ah, stop it. Stop it. Keep on JW. Just the initials, please. Steward. They have public schools that are second. Story time. Story time with Ashler. Oh dear, that's funny. I would go with like dynamic thinking, fractal thinking maybe. Learning how to learn. That's a good one. I wouldn't mind teaching learning how to learn. They don't teach that in schools. Problem if you did that, kids would argue with the teacher. Okay, the timing though. Wonder if they're gonna actually have me go clear to June and July and August with this or not. Okay, this is ridiculous. Let's just write down the key things here. Patrick. And Pablo Converno are poplars. Thing is the pouch could have been left to incriminate one of the other people. People, learn by everything. The thing is just one thing has been practiced more. And the thing is if you can actually connect information, like your senses, a little bit more, then you can actually kind of tap into all of them more than just one of them. And my voice is totally cracking. Choking on peanuts. Because we need to learn dynamically, think 360 degrees with multiple things, not just binary answers that school does. It's like, here's this and here's an answer, and then there's no dynamic interpretation or reasoning of why they think that what they think, or how it could be something different. It's just, yeah, you can make stupid people. Or not, it reduces intelligence teaching that way. It removes creativity and being able to adapt to situations. A lot more fluid. What am I doing? Okay, that's all those guys. So this guy here, possibility. This guy here, possibility. Now let's
Log
turn the page.
notes for June. Nothing unusual.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's not going to be an extended list. It's just going to be this. Okay. Draw an object and put what it means next to it and remember it all forever. Wow, that's cool. I have bad memory with certain things. Need to learn how to organize my brain a little bit better. There's no time for that in class. Have you tried to draw the object in like shorthand with just shapes like circles, triangles, and that kind of thing? So it's just rudimentary, and write down next to it your notes. Because that's what my brother would do too. He would, in his notes, he would actually draw reference pictures real quick. But he's an artist too, so he could throw some shit down on the page pretty easy. Because, like, you know, house, square, triangle on top. Cat, triangle, triangle, circle. But that could help if that's the time thing is the drawing part. The other thing is I'm not sure if they allow this, if you can bring in a recorder or use your phone to record the class, so you can actually go back and then create notes. There you go. Heat up some food. Let me do that real quick, and then I can finish analyzing this stuff while doing that. Here, no. You can't doodle? Did you explain to your teacher that's how you learn? Or take a moment to Google, like, or look up what that's called? So you have a, an, what do you call it? Reasoning for it. It's basically, you can tell them that it's like, well, I'm using this style of note taking. And if that teacher doesn't let you, I'd go over their head, because it's like go to like the principal or someone else and say, hey, the teacher's not allowing me to actually learn. Because the thing is the whole point, if you sat down maybe with the teacher and said, what is the point of me doing this? Is the point of me doing this to be able to retain this information and know it and learn it? Okay, yes, then let me do it in the manner that I can actually learn. If you have to turn in the notes, the thing is what they're probably trying to do is maybe teach you how to do notes for job, maybe. But the thing is there's two different types of notes. There's, the notes that's going to help you learn, and the notes that you're turning in for someone else. If you're just doing that, then that would be more. That'd be a lot different. It'd be a lot different. So, but I will be right back. I'm just gonna go heat up some food real quick. Hmm. Um, my stuff is heating up right now. What is it? Uh, what are you actually writing on? Is it just a sheet of paper that is by itself? Or is it like in a book or a binder or anything like that? Or like a ream of paper? Because if it's just a sheet of paper, I would suggest just having a like taking like a half sheet of another piece of paper and having it sit next to your notes, where you can just um, what do you do it? You would just draw your pictures next to a separate thing that you kept, and then what I would do is uh, color coordinate or number or something along the line where you're connecting each page to each other. So you could just do page 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. But then you would have this other piece of paper that you would use to connect to it. The thing would be to rig it so it would be dynamic enough that you wouldn't get confused, that you could actually connect it to it. And then technically, if you get a hold onto your own notes after like the teacher looks at it, then you could technically just staple the extra information to it. So you would have like a half sheet of paper of pictures that was laying on top of it, or maybe even you could staple it to the back of it so it extended the paper, and then you could fold it onto it so you could unfold it. But I would try to work around it. I would try to make it so you could still do what you need to do, but and not affect them or whatever. Do a little bit of engineering, a little bit with it. At least that's how I'd go about it if they were being weird about it. Because technically you could even tape the paper, piece of paper to the side, just doing a sidebar. Because then you could say, well, it's not on the page, and then I can fold this back, whatever, be disconnected from it. But yeah, I'm gonna go check on my stuff so it doesn't burn. Food. You hungry? For Noah going down the wrong pipe. Just getting stuck in my throat. Yeah, my thing is just go over their heads. Just rig it so that you can get best of both worlds. They can be fine and you can be fine.
Log notes for July. Nothing special.